Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for being a few minutes late. We really do try to start the meetings on time. Barbara, could you please call the roll?
Okay, we have Commissioners Parfrey, Sales, and Noonan present.
Thank you. This matter will be heard on Channel 35. Why don't we start with the report of the General Manager?
Actually, I have no specific items to report today, having had a special meeting recently, and we've covered a lot of all the more recent activities.
Thank you. Comments or requests from commissioners on JFB operations? Commissioner Parfrey, Commissioner Noonan? Public comment.
Okay, I do have 3 cards for public comment. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes. The first speaker is Linda Romney.
This is on item 4.
Item 4, yes.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank you. I had an opportunity to meet with Mr. John Shin here in the lobby, and we discussed a current issue that I bring before you each and every time, and that's the remaining $465 on my water bill. And hopefully Mr. Chin will keep his promise, and I'm relying on him to do so. And we're going to be communicating this week according to his representations. I still want to address what's happening when a ratepayer goes in front of your commission. Basically, the fact of the matter is that it takes several months from the time we send correspondence to the DWP requesting a hearing. Then we get exactly 10 days notice of the hearing date. We are never told about who our hearing officer is, never given any information concerning the person's background. And then, as I mentioned previously, when you go early and you want to hear the hearing officer and become familiar to decide if there's bias and prejudice, as you would if you were going to any open forum, such as in a state court, you find out that the door is locked and you are denied access. Now, that's, in my opinion, a violation of the Browns Act. Okay. Furthermore, when you're doing an investigation and you're asking for documentation as far as the individuals that you spoke with the DWP, you will find out that that information is withheld from you. Specifically, when you do in writing requests under the California Public Information Act, those letters are all denied. So what occurs then is that the employee from the DWP, which you would be calling as a witness as to what the conversation was that you memorialized in writing, is not available. Furthermore, at the time when your hearings are conducted, there's one person representing us, and that's ourselves, and over here sits 4 individuals representing the DWP adamantly against you. Now, we should have at least equal rights as ratepayers. I guess my 2 minutes is up. I'm sorry, because I would address very pertinent areas for which I have definite personal experience and that is verified in writing for items that need to be corrected and as of this moment have not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Romney. If you didn't have an opportunity to follow all your comments, why don't you submit them in writing? It might be helpful, and we can work through them.
Thank you, sir. That's a very excellent suggestion. I will do so.
Okay.
I have done so previously, but not to this current board.
Okay. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Camara.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Nichols. I'm here today to ask the City Attorney's Office within the DWP be audited. By doing this, I feel that we will be able to show the waste that has been taking place in the office and that it's time for Mr. Brown to step down. In addition, why has there been a large increase in the City Attorney's staff? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Candida Morez.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Sales, President, Mr. Nichols. It's been a while since I've been here, but I'm honored to be here today, as we honor 2 of our finest DWP employees, and I apologize if and I won't try to mention the names, but I talked to them, and it's an honor. Almost 82 years between them, and that's why for years I've come here and said the 99.999% workers here are just outstanding. And we're honored to have had you work for the City of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. But it's a hard, cruel world out there, and I know all of you know what's going on out there. And Mr. Nichols, you've been doing an outstanding job trying to reach out to the city and to the ratepayers. But sadly, you're going to be gone someday. You'll do your duty, and you said that you were going to try to fix, that you like to fix problems. I think you've run into a buzzsaw here, and this is a tough one. And as I told you before, everybody's nipping at your feet, and I just hope that you'll do what's deep in your heart, that you know what's right for the people of this great city. Because when you're gone, they forget you. They don't even remember your name. But the thing is that the people of this great city will remember you because of you kept your word, and that you really did try to fix the problems within the department. And those problems are so easy to fix. All we have to do is eliminate that small little cancer that's still there. That small little cancer that still thinks that it's going to grow and it's going to be like it was in the days past. It's not going to happen because as you see here, little by little, the numbers, the common people are getting a little strength. They're starting to feel, you know what, the department belongs to me, and I have a right to speak out on what's taking place here. So it's just, we appreciate what's going on with those of you who are trying to do a good job. But I was at a nursing home on Sunday, and there was a gentleman there that was he was trying to recover there, and if I may just quickly, and he was happy because he was going to be able to take showers, and the place is on Sepulveda. I'll take you there. But he was happy because he was able to be in a facility where he didn't have to worry about his water. And there was another couple that was visiting. He said that he didn't allow his wife, she was an elderly woman, to take baths because it cost too much. Can you imagine that his wife was not allowed to take baths because the water was too much? So all we're asking is that you look at your budget, you look at your departments, and just cut costs. I'm not asking you to take any hits as far as personal items, but just please help us save money. We can do this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was our last speaker for item number 4.
We've got 2 resolutions. Why don't we start with Mr. McDaniel?
All right. I wanted to say a few words regarding Steve Malinowski. Steve, would you like to stand, please, so everybody would know who we're talking about? Steve is going to be completing 42 years of dedicated service here at the Department of Water and Power. I think 40 of those 42 are in the water system. We've lost him to higher level strategic planning issues lately, but Steve definitely has left his mark in the water system. Steve started out as a maintenance laborer back in 1969, and he was actually laid off after 6 months working at the department due to downsizing at that time, but he was determined to come back and make a difference. We're glad he did. Steve is well known for his visionary leadership that he's expressed throughout the water distribution division. He's maintained business plans for the water distribution division long before such things were popular in the department. Flexibility has always been one of Steve's watchwords, and he and I have had long discussions about the meaning of that as a core value for water distribution division. Steve's also known for his one-on-one meetings with employees, known as skip meetings, where Steve would meet directly with his employees in the absence of supervision, so he could hear directly from the people doing the work what was going on around there. And Steve was also quite a student of the Tom Peters management by walking around philosophy. And Steve didn't limit himself to walking around only in his own division. He would walk around everybody else's division and talk to their employees too, and that was great. He's one of the things that Steve did that's really helped us control costs in the water system is he instituted the productivity measurement system in the water distribution division. And I have to tell you that of all the different employees I've talked around, you're going to find that frontline employees in water distribution are probably more cognizant of the costs of things they're doing. They'll tell you about how many dollars they're saving by using some new tool, and they're very cognizant of the costs, and that's in large part due to Steve. Steve's also known for his fundraising and philanthropic issues. He's shaved his head. It's all grown back now, but Daffodil Days, his division came in first. He promised them if they came in first, he'd shave his head. He did it. He also had a deal where he would, whichever district raised the most money, he would take a day working on one of the crews out there. And of course, that almost did you in, I think, a few years ago. We lost him to a heart attack after he was out there working in the trenches. But Steve's always been true to his word and quite a leader. So his hobbies, I think he's going to be enjoying after his retirement. He's a traveler. He's a golfer. He's a surfer. You still surfing? Yeah. And he's got his motorcycle. Plays guitar. And I understand he may enjoy an occasional cigar. So I'd like to present Steve Malinowski.
Well, it was a pleasure working with the Water and Power for so many years. I think when I was telling the people at Central District, when the earth cooled, I came to work here. So, but it's always been a pleasure. I don't think there's one day I didn't want to come to work here. Water system's been very good to me. I think I gave it everything I could. And I think we're leaving this place in great shape. It's going to be real tough going for the next few years, but I'm confident with the employees that we have. We're going to continue to do well. And another 42 years, hopefully, when I still receive those checks about that long. But I want to thank everybody for their support. Jim, it was great working with you and great working with the team. My team members are here from the old leadership team that I had. I just want to thank everybody, and I wish everybody good health and good life. Thank you.
Great.
And Steve, on behalf of the board, the department, and the people of this city, I want to thank you for your service. I think you know my father worked here for over 30 years, so I have a good sense of what this place is like, the sense of family it has here. It is a real comment on you that you would work in one place for 42 years and that you'd want to be here and we want to have you. That is often not the case these days, that kind of dedication, and we will miss very much what you've brought to this department, and we wish you well in your retirement. And you mind taking pictures with us? Okay.
Make sure he's got his.
All right, thank you.
Next up is John Chin for a presentation to Robert Garcia.
We do need a vote for that one?
Oh, yes. All in favor of the resolution? Oh, let's have a motion. Is there a motion?
Yes. I move to approve item 25.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. So now we have Mr. Chin presenting a resolution of Mr. Robert Garcia.
Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. Just a little earlier, it was quite amazing sitting behind Steve and Robert because they were comparing with each other how many years they have worked for Department of Water and Power. Obviously, Steve won. He had 42 years, and Robert had 40 and a half years.
So he owes us another year and a half.
Yeah. Anyway, Robert was born in Hollywood and raised in LA. He's very proud of that. And he went to Cathedral High School, just around the corner. and he claims to be a professional student. He went to numerous city colleges and university, including USC and the Caltech for various classes. And in 1970, he joined the Department of Water and Power as a commercial service rep. I think some of the highlight of his achievement is that in the late 1980s through the early 1990s, Robert handled over 110 major accounts, including all the refineries for the city of Los Angeles. So I'm sure that wasn't an easy job. And in 1992, he was promoted to the Senior Utility Service Specialist. I have personally had also the pleasure of working with him in the mid or late 1990s on promoting various products and services for the customer service division, especially working on those wonderful brochures. And Robert is married to Elma Garcia, who has also served the Department of Water and Power for 15 years, including the general manager's office. And he has 3 daughters, Christina, Diana, and Adriana. Adriana is present today, the youngest daughter of the 3. And the interesting thing is all 3 of them currently attending Cal Poly Pomona. And Robert is paying the tuition bills. You sure don't want to come back, Robert? Anyway, Robert's hobby are arts and linguistics. Congratulations, Robert, and wishing you a long, healthy, and enjoyable retirement.
Bravo.
According to tradition, here's your 4 diamonds. Make sure you keep Elma may take it when you go home. You want to say a few words?
I don't usually speak very much. I'll keep it brief. Steve probably took most of my thunder. Anyway, he's a hard act to follow, so I'll leave it to seniority there. And again, tell everybody I appreciate the department, the city of LA, and all of the employees here, and our leaders here. And this is a good job, a great job, as long as everybody keeps in mind that we're public service people. And it is a pleasure working for the constituents, for the citizens of LA. Thank you very much.
Mr. Garcia, again, I want to thank you on behalf of this board, the department, and the city. Although your words were few, your contributions have been many, and we greatly appreciate that. We also want to say how much we appreciate your family supporting you and coming here today and supporting you throughout these 40 plus years. 80 and a half years is a long time for 2 people to work here, but I think it speaks volumes about this department and that it is a good place to work, and that we have been very, very fortunate to have the services of both of you, and congratulations again. Now, if you wouldn't mind having your family come up, we'll take a few pictures and give you your resolution, including Adriana, who probably doesn't want to be seen with us, but we're
Thank you, sir. No, she's retired.
You already retired. You beat him out the door. Oh, I see. Okay.
They say I'm getting shorter. No. Retirement, that happens. You know why?
But your golf game gets better.
No, it's because you don't wear shoes very often. Thank you, sir.
Retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's home all day.
Yes, he is. It's a whole different routine.
Keep coming around.
Thank you, guys.
Let's,
Can we need a motion for that one?
yes, there's a motion to approve item
26.
26.
I move to approve item 26.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, motion passes, excuse me. Thank you so much. So let's turn to the consent agenda now. Commissioner Parker has requested we pull item 10. Are there any other items that the commissioners would like pulled from? No? Nothing else? Just
No,
okay.
no, nothing else.
All right. We've got a speaker card for items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So why don't we take the speaker now? Right.
Mr. President, can we hear, well, you know what, I will speak at this time. Thank you, Mr.
Do
President.
you want to speak to all of them at the same time?
If I may, yeah. I mean, it's the same story, you know, same thing. We're talking about contracts, and personally, based on what the information I'm getting back from some staff members, is that we're still making the same mistakes. We're not doing a thorough job on these contracts. And item 27, that calls for $54 million contract with a renewal. You know,
There is going to be a presentation on 27, though.
oh, I don't know if I can stay because of you. But again, I just want to say that are we really taking a look at that? Are we really taking a look at what's taking place with our contracts? I think the ratepayers of this great city deserve better management or better attendance to these contracts. And again, I've been here for 30 years, and it seems to be the same thing over and over again. One of the other issues I'd like to bring up is the salvage yard. I've requested the records for all items sold out of salvage, and based on what I'm hearing, and all of you know what's taking place in this city, people are stealing copper and brass off of buildings. We had a business on Van Nuys Boulevard, a country general store, where they took the copper right off the air conditioning, and we have yards here, and I bet you we don't even know what's going on there. I can tell you that a lot of that inventory that a lot of you don't know about is disappearing. So whether it's being stolen off of a roof or in a yard, there has to be accountability. And so, Mr. Nichols, I hope that we can check into that about the yards, the salvage yards, and all the things that are being. There's a lot of scrap metal that's there that's been sitting around for a lot of years in big tubs and in storage areas and warehouses, and it's time that we take a look at that inventory because that's costing the ratepayers money. So again, let's take a look at some of these things that are sitting there and disappearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, is there a motion to approve items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 through 21, and 22 to 24?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any objection? Matter passes. Let's go to item 10.
I can present the item 10.
Please.
So this is a request to extend the time for Morley Parsons, which is a personal services contract, and support our repowering that's going on right now. From the end to January of 12 is the end of the first contract that we had. We just want to extend the time so it coincides with the other repowering projects that we're doing after we do Haynes. It'll be Scattergood, which we're going through the task development right now and scoping, and that project is going to be following right after the Haynes repowering and then be in service by December of 05.
I'd like to ask the general manager and you as well, Aram, about the contents of a news report that came out yesterday that has stated that the transition off of ocean-cooled water in the documents slated for approval in this item are stated to take place in 2035 rather than, I'm sorry, was that correct? 2035 rather than 2029. And I was hoping that one of you could speak to that fact.
I could. The original documents that we had, the schedule that we had was 2035 schedule, and we are redoing the tasks and restacking the priorities and preparing a new schedule that fits with the latest ruling, which was the 2029 schedule. So that hasn't been finalized yet, and then we will incorporate that. But this contract is a task-driven contract, is independent from the actual projects itself. So as we need services, in support of whatever plans we have in place, Morley Parsons are basically a supplemental resource for us to get those things done, and they're involved in those activities that we.
So there is no, just to be perfectly blunt, perfectly clear, there is no backdoor effort to try to extend the transition off of ocean cold water.
This is, Commissioner, this is purely task-oriented supplemental resources that we would add. We have the project office that runs this project, and my preference would be for our resources to be the lead on all of them. If we don't use this task at all, that would be something that we would strive for. We're developing a lot of resources internally to take over, but in case we need either a scenario planning or modeling or some sort of a support that we don't have the resources to do, we would rely on this kind of a contract to supplement our resources and get those tasks done.
And just a clarifying point, I saw that same news article and I was a bit befuddled myself on it. The only thing I can assume is that reporter was looking at our original April filing on our implementation plan, which, as Mr. Miniman indicated, was originally planned for 2035, but back on July 19th, State Water Resource Control Board, we had an extensive hearing, and we agreed upon a time frame of 2029, 6 years earlier than that. That is our plan, that is our schedule, and that's what we're moving forward on. Is that so? Not quite sure what the miscommunication was by the reporter, but
I appreciate the clarification, and I agree with the substance of the item, and would like to move to approve.
So second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Item 10 passes. Item 27.
Okay, I'm going to have John Leung, or Joe Castrita is going to present item 27. I just wanted to point out in response to the comment made earlier that although the maximum amount on this contract is over $54 million, our minimum obligation is only $3.5 million, and for that, which is well within what we would use in 1 year, much less 3 years, our prices are 38% lower than our estimated prices. So, but I'll let Joe give you the whole story here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This contract is for our ductile iron pipe, which consists of the material that we're installing today for a replacement pipe. It ranges anywhere from 4 to 24 inch. This is also for fittings and the gaskets that are to be used in conjunction with the pipe. And this is not only for the linear footage, but we also have fire hydrants, large services that use this similar pipe. Also, segments of this pipe are also used for pipe repairs. The disruptions you see out in the street, new segments of pipe of this material are what's being used for the repairs of that.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Noonan?
I do. President Sales and General Manager Nichols, I don't know if you recall, I sent a memo to both of you several months ago, and that several people, knowing that I'm a commissioner of the Department of Water and Power, have asked why we aren't incorporating more plastic piping, which, according to them, is more cost-effective and durable. And I did request that we have a presentation and invite third-party entities to talk about the pros and cons of using iron cast versus plastic. And that is something that I would like to see happen before approving this substantial amount of money.
Do you have an opinion on plastic versus
We do have,
Ductile iron?
yes, we do have some plastic in our system. We use polyethylene, high-density polyethylene for our slip lining of our trunk lines. Also, in the northern district, we have a huge amount of on the dry lake for the hydrating up north. So we do have uses for that now, and we
So
do
are
have
there
some.
certain uses that plastic is more better for than others, or what's?
It's got great corrosion protection qualities. We have some areas that are highly corrosive, and there are uses for that. We do have some areas in the western district, which is West LA area, near the canals, where we've used the high-density polyethylene pipe, and that's currently in place now.
So given the commissioner's concerns, is there any reason we need to approve this today? Can we wait till next meeting and have a presentation on the relative merits of the two?
We can do that. We did, Commissioner, you did get our memo that we wrote in response to you, and I know you did ask for presentation. We can do that, but we did prepare this. We looked into this again, pulled some good information. Did you get a copy of it?
I did, but what I think is very important, especially in this day and age where we're facing rate increases, potential rate increases, I think that the public needs to get an unbiased perspective and opinion aside from DWP employees as to how we're expending our money and our revenues. So I think that the public would appreciate it. I know that as a commissioner, I would appreciate it to hear from outside sources that are objective, especially on an expenditure of $54 million.
Is there any objection to holding this matter over to our next meeting? And that there would be a presentation
Yes.
that deals with the issues raised by Commissioner Noonan, right?
Yes.
And it'll be noticed. That's going to be, and give people an opportunity to come and comment on that. Okay?
Thank you.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I noticed that the foundry that we're proposing to contract with is in Birmingham, Alabama. Are there no foundries that offer competitive prices within the state of California?
They're headquartered in Birmingham, but their production facilities in Union City, which is just
Northern California.
Northern California.
But that's still an answer for your questions. Are there any in L.A.?
Are there any south of the Hatchbays? Let's put it that way.
Similar to you, I've been doing some of the Google searching and contacting our vendors, but unfortunately there is no manufacturing presence either for the PVC pipe or ductile iron in the Southern California area.
It's important to know. Thank you.
Do I need a motion to hold the matter?
I just had a card turned in for this one.
Do I need a motion to hold the matter?
To defer it, yes, to the next meeting.
You got a card?
Yes, I have. The speaker is Linda Romney.
Ms. Romney?
May I comment now?
First, I'd like to refer to Commissioner Noonan, and thank you so much for considering the ratepayers. And I personally would like to do some additional research on this and to get some experts and come back in front of this board. I agree with you, and I'm asking that when you're considering something over $45 million, that it be postponed. And I also want to add, I hope that the DWP does not put restrictions on the water again like they did before and say to their ratepayers, you can only water your lawn at certain periods of time. Sorry?
This is item 27.
Oh, okay. Did we continue item 27?
We're still on item 27.
Okay, yeah, that's why I'm asking that item 27 be continued.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm trying to reiterate the reasons for the request for additional information to be done by your ratepayers, and second, your commissioner's response that we want independent individuals that are experts in the field to discuss and present their presentation also. I'm respectfully requesting that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sales, President Sales, for allowing me to speak on this item. First of all, Ms. Noonan, thank you again. I bow to you again for the ratepayers and for, again, just watching out on the budget here. I have all the respect for Mr. McDaniels. I've known him for many, many years. I've really never had any conversations, but I know his reputation, and he's an honorable man. But he just said himself, he says, well, it may be a contract for $54 million, but we only use roughly around $3 million. My concern is a lot of that material that we're buying ends up in the warehouse, and then it ends up going to salvage. So there is a waste. Plastic pipe is so beneficial. I think it's really it's necessary that we take a look at that. So again, I bow and thank you very much on behalf of the ratepayers.
Is there a motion to defer item 27?
So moved.
Second.
Any objection? Item 27 is deferred. Item 28? Who's presenting item 28?
Oh. Yes, item 28 is our mutual aid agreement with, currently we have the agreement with East Bay Mud, and this amendment is to add Las Vegas Valley Water Authority to the agreement. We've had the agreement with East Bay Mud since April 2008. It was originally approved by the board.
Explain how these mutual assistance arrangements work.
So what these are agreements that we prepare ahead of time with agencies who are similarly situated in terms of size of crews and ability to have excess people to dispatch to help you in an emergency. One of the things that we found, there are other more informal arrangements. There's one called Cal Warren that's out there, and we're a member of Cal Warren. One of the things you run into when you're a big city is there are a lot of small cities that don't have the capacity to actually send people to come and help you, and if you don't have arrangements with some of the larger entities ahead of time, it can cause delays after an emergency getting going. One of the things that we've done with this agreement in the past with East Bay Mud is we've actually used this as an opportunity to cross-train with the other utilities. So we've sent crews up to Oakland, and they've sent crews down here, so they know what kind of tools we use, because some of the tools are slightly different. Some of the materials that you use are somewhat different, so it gives us a chance to really kind of dig into this a little bit more and have better preparations when the time comes. We've also made arrangements in this so that contractually the issues of cost reimbursement are more detailed, and there's procedures put in place so that it's not a matter of after we do the work, we submit a bill and they say, well, we didn't think we needed to pay that much, or we didn't know the crew was going to be that size. We've designated exactly what the size crews, what the consist is going to be, what kind of materials are going to be involved, what kind of tools are going to be involved. There's no cost to this agreement to the department. And you know, hopefully it'll never be used because it's there as a standby agreement in case of need. As I said, this doesn't obviate the need for the other kind of broader WARN type agreement. We are still a member of the WARN network of emergency response agencies, but in the emergency response community, they're actually looking to this type of agreement as a model for more forward-thinking agencies who are kind of trying to take it to the next level. And there's a lot of people who have been asking us about how we put this together and wanting to do similar things in other parts of the country.
These agreements are absolutely essential in terms of managing potentially catastrophic situations. I remember I joined the gas company in 1994, and 2 weeks after I joined, there was the Northridge earthquake. And we had mutual assistance from Northern California and others, and without that, we would not have been able to contain the situation. So they really are important. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
There is.
Second.
Any objections? The item passes. Item 29.
Item 29 is a 3-year contract with Itron for software programs, upgrades, and license renewals for their MV90, MV Web, and Matrix, the Forecast Manager, and Enterprise Edition customer care and field collection software. Over the years, we've had separate contracts on these, and what we're doing is we're going forward with a merged contract for the next 3 years to have all the services provided under one agreement. And the cost is $910,000, $359 for the 3-year term.
Questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
There is.
Second?
Any objection? Item 29 passes. Item 30.
I'd like to make a quick, as Matt Lamp and John Chen are coming up, I'd like to make a quick introductory remarks regarding this item. We have had a number of items before this board over many months now with respect to costs that are either totally or partially associated with our customer information system upgrade, which of course we know is a major program. And at times we address those fairly holistically, and other times we have been doing, frankly, somewhat a bit piecemeal. And as a result, based on some comments we've had in recent meetings, Matt and John have pulled together an explanation here that gives you a bit of context around this particular contract to look a little bit broadly without going into great detail, because we have had some updates some months back on our overall customers information system program, but want to give you an update on that and give you a bit more context for some of these individual contracts that keep coming up, and give you a little bit of an idea of some of the other ones that are coming forward, so that you'll see how these things tie into our overall plan and our budget for that. With that, I'll turn it over to John and Matt.
Okay. Thank you very much. Matt Lamb, Chief Information Officer. John and I will be sharing this presentation. It sort of gives a good example of sort of how we're having to do this project, which is both a very complex technology project and a very complex business change project. And it's one that we've been working with Power and Water and the finance organization on, and we'll be sort of showing a little bit about how this all fits together. But our objective here is to provide a consistent, transparent, integrated, and responsive customer care system across all our service channels. And then from the technology perspective, it's really to eliminate a serious operational risk by replacing an aging, customized legacy system. When we talk about the age of the system, we're talking about a system that basically was written in 1974. Okay, so we're back in the day when the amount of storage I carry in my wallet would been costing millions of dollars. And that, the sort of aged nature of that can't be overemphasized. There were brilliant design solutions back then to compress data to best utilize this very scarce and expensive resource. But those design decisions really cripple flexibility as we move into a much more modern era. And this project is a lot about unwinding a lot of the processes that are very convoluted now because of that are bound up very much by the nature of the system we've been using. And it's a system that is brittle, and we always are sort of holding our breath if there's a night when, for some reason, one of the major jobs doesn't run and we're seeing some problems about, okay, is this a problem we're going to be able to recover from or not? We back it up, we have all those things, but there are significant risks trying to run anything this ancient for a mission-critical system.
And there are many benefits to the customers as a result of this project. I have listed 5 top reasons, and maybe we can also take a look at slide number 3. It provides a picture with customers, how we are serving the customers through the multiple channels. And using the new CIS platform as the common platform for mobile workforce dispatch management, for meter data management, and how it is interrelated to the joint system, power system, water system, financial services, and other activities. So first of all, anytime right now when we try to change a rate, especially when we touch the rate structure, I think between Matt and my organization, we probably will have to dispatch a dozen or so people working almost 6 months, just trying to make some changes to accommodate the rate changes. And as we're faced with new trends in the industry, for example, the electric vehicle, solar, smart grid, the current system does not handle negative values. So all the metering information related to electric vehicle and solar, if there is a negative number, we have to manually build those information, manually input into the system. And going forward, as we deploy more smart meters, we need to have a meter data management system that is capable of handling 15 minutes interval data coming rather than reading it once every other month.
I'd like to ask, excuse me, I'd like to ask Matt a question.
Sure.
So let's say our utility bills currently, if using the current system, the COBOL system written in the 1970s, and we wanted to characterize, let's say, the greenhouse gas footprint of each and every customer. How many steps would that take? How long would that take? And versus using the Oracle system that we're putting in place? Just a ballpark estimate for both.
Well, my sense is that in either one of those, you would probably be having to offload some data to a separate analytics engine to calculate those and bring them back. Moving that kind of data in and out of our existing system would be pretty much a nightmare. Just to give you some examples of the problems we see. The address space for an address does not allow us to use an official address for many properties in the city, so it's truncated. That causes issues on mailings, it causes issues on mapping. A lot of times you'll want to, these analytics engines want to map scenarios, and there's no way to really map out of our CIS data. Taking data in and out is extremely difficult. It's much more convoluted. But I couldn't give you a number in terms of months. It would depend on the analytics engine we're going to couple it into to do it.
Thank you. John, I'm sorry I interrupted. Please continue.
Okay. And the other benefit for customer service is that we will be able to greatly increase the first call resolution success rate. If you look at the chart, the second half, the bottom half of the chart, currently we don't have a dynamic interface to many of those processes. For example, the outage management systems, the new services process, rebates, all that information we have to sometimes transfer the call or get back to the customer for an answer. And that is not the best way to handle customer service. And in the future, the customer reps, whether it's through the contact center, branch office, or even through the web or the IVR telephone services, will be working on the same platform with interface, bi-directional interfaces to all those activities and systems throughout the water and power operations. So we'll be able to readily tell the customer what's going on, provide them updates. Because it's operating on the same platform, so it will increase the customer self-service options. Whenever they pay the bill on the RVR, then the field operator will be able to know that they actually made the payment, rather than wait for a couple of days for the system to update each other. And that will increase the usage of automated ACH payment, credit card payments, increase the use of paperless billing, rate analysis for customers. And the benefit for department, one of the real benefit, besides the interaction between customer service and the various system and divisions, is also within the customer service itself. Currently, there's no real-time exchange of information between the back office support groups to the field operations. So whenever we send the people out, if customer has already made payments or done something in the meantime, the field crew will not know exactly what happened unless they call in to check within the back office. And lastly, for the customer, we will be able to using some of the analytical tools to easily provide individual profiles of the customer, their payment history, their usage patterns, where they use the most energy, where are the savings in terms of water and power usages. Those type of information can be customized at the customer level.
So this slide really is intended, does really two things. One, it gives you a picture of the complexity of what we're dealing with here. But we've tried to cluster some of these various systems that get brought to bear inside this CIS solution into where they fit. So, for example, you just approved an Itron software contract. That's not directly related to CIS. It clearly fits here. It's part of that upper left-hand box. We've clustered, we see field work management sort of clustered together. And in that area, there's been a great deal of work with the power system, with the water system, to break down some of the silos of information that relate to meters and electric service, so that we can build those interfaces in a better way. Same with outage management. You'll see in outage management, there's a water OMS box that's green. That's a new system that's part of this solution. In the 1990s, there was some work to customize CMS to build, our CIS, to build some logic in to help diagnose water troubles and cluster them together. That's not something that any of the CISs do natively. We searched long and hard and found one outage management system that had been adapted for the differences in logic about how water trouble can spread versus power trouble. Power is very much down a tree, right? If you cut off a big branch, everything else goes. Water, some things are geographic, some things are locational, some things are branch and tree, and you need to understand those differences in logics. We found a system to do that. We will be bringing that in as part of this project. So it gives you a picture of sort of the complexity of what this project is and why there are so many different contracts that you'll be seeing. So where we're going to an existing proprietary product like the electric work management information system, we need that contractor to help us build their side of the interface. We can build our side, we can define all the service calls back and forth, but we need them to actually implement some of those service calls in their system. So you'll see contracts like Logica, like the one we have that's the next item, the one we talked about 2 weeks ago with the printing, where there's some work that we need them to do to adjust the bill for the output we're coming out with now into our print stream. So that's in the very upper right-hand box, IPPD. And we'll go through what those contracts are momentarily, but just to show you the picture of the systems and why there's so many sort of different points of contact that we need to work with. This next one really is giving you a sense of where we are and working through what we call scope and making sure that at least where we're sitting now, things fit within our sort of buckets of hours that are in our contract. On the left side, you see a process of defining requirements for this system. And then how many of those are fit right out of the box, purely configuration in the Oracle system. And then of the gaps, how do you fill those gaps? Some are reporting, some are enhancements, some are system interfaces. One of the things that's important about the word enhancement is that an enhancement is something that can be done without touching sort of the core code of the application, which means that if you follow the rules for enhancement, when you upgrade versions, those enhancements can travel with you. It's not customization down in the core of the code. At this point, we have, I believe, still 0 customizations per se, which was one of our key goals in this system. We've then estimated out the number of hours associated with each of those enhancements and interfaces, and you'll see that roughly totals 35,000 hours. We have a 38,000 hour block in our basic contract as before you get to any of the contingencies in the contract. So we're at this point still sitting well within our target as we're wrapping up the scope discussions now.
Currently, we are at the application configuration functional design and the start of the technical design phase. But before we do that, we have mapped out close to 25 individual complicated processes. And within the next 45 days or so, we'd like to clearly define the scope and then reset the baseline for the project plan that will redefine the schedule and also resource load the plan. The go live date is projected to be somewhere between November of next year to February of the following year, which is 2013. And the exact date will be determined after we re-baseline the project plan.
Okay, so now the budget discussion. And this is, I think, Mr. Sales, what you were looking for us to do. The top line sort of shows the overall budget for the project. When we talk about internal costs, that's basically staffing and some infrastructure pieces. Software is pretty clear. The bulk of that's the Oracle software, but there are some other pieces that come along. And then vendor services. And you'll see the various contracts there that the first 2 are ones you've seen. They've been approved by the board. The next 5, let me talk about the next 4 first. The next 4 are contracts that are related to, and these sometimes are just the CIS component of a contract, that are related to, generally, to these areas of interfaces. So e-loyalty is this amendment that will be coming, relates to adjustments to the IVR to take advantage of some of the capabilities inside the new CIS and adjusting the interface from our old CIS to the new one. Logica is the one I mentioned regarding the electric work management information system and their side of the interface, so we can much more smoothly manage meter-related work, where the power crews, either sometimes it's outage management people, electric trouble that gets involved, sometimes it's the electric service unit people that get involved, sometimes it's the meter test lab people who get involved. But we've worked on a system with power to coordinate all those through the electric work management information system and have a smooth interface so work is actually flows and is trackable all the way through the process back into CIS. RICO is this next item. It's the one we talked about a couple weeks ago regarding the printers and the print application. Trimble is the water outage management system discussed. 5 Point Partners is an existing contract. The item there is one I think John can talk in detail about, but basically it will be a reduction out of the contingency in the PwC contract to move some of that work to 5 Point Partners. And you may want to talk specifically what that is.
Yeah, 5 Point is the quality assurance group. They've been They are industry leader in doing the CIS type of projects. They have in-house staff, not only doing the QA, but also provides training assistance and the tracking systems for the training. So whatever the amendment that will be done to the contract for 5 Point Partners, the equal amount of dollar will be subtracted from the PWC, so that we're just using the appropriate resources for the work. And on the bottom of the sheet, it identifies close to $5 million of contract amount. Those are slated for the monthly billing. At the start of the CIS replacement project, monthly billing was not part of it. And it is, upon Mr. Nichols' personal request, we have examined the values of the monthly billing. And in the next slide, we have identified some of the key benefits of going monthly billing for our residential customers. Currently, they are bi-monthly billing. Because currently we're doing the bi-monthly billing, the amount that customer has to pay from month to month varies tremendously. It goes from 0 to a certain amount number. But if you flat that out across the board to make it more smooth, more equally, then more people will be able to pay on time, and more customers will be inclined to get on payment plans because the amount is more predictable. In addition to that, if more customers are signed up for the automatic payment, then it will drive lower negative customer interactions, lower the delinquency amount, and also lower the write-offs. Internally for Department of Water and Power, it will lower the cost for mailing.
Excuse me, quick
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Currently, what percentage of our ratepayers are taking advantage of the systems that are in place to do automatic billing or to use internet access to pay their bills?
Close to somewhere around 20% of the customers use alternative payment methods. That includes the ACH credit card payments. We are in the process of finishing the transition from using third-party payment contractors to handle those payments to become a self-merchant. We currently are self-merchant, and we're migrating all those people to the Department of Water and Power's new system. Because of that transition, we were able to do away with the $4.99 that we have to charge a customer every time they do a credit card payment for the one-time payment. So that really helped. In the past 3 months alone, when we initiated that program, I think the monthly transaction went from 40,000 to 80,000 per month. And without really doing too much of a major advertisement, people are already finding ways to do that.
And so by investing in this more user-friendly program, what do you anticipate the increase in participation will be? 20% to what?
We would like to achieve over 30% for the alternative payment, and also to significantly increase the paperless billing. And
are we considering ways to incent people to go to alternative payment forms?
Yes. For the credit card payment, as I mentioned earlier, we're waiving the $4.99 fee. As far as getting people onto ACH and also to do more paperless billing, several things we have done that put us in a good position to really launch a large campaign to help to do that. One is that we redesigned the bill so that the bill is more readable and people like it a lot more. In addition, with
Hold on, Jay Lawson.
Yes.
Why will making the bill more readable make them more likely to use alternative payment forms?
Well, customers, first of all, like to have access to the bill to be able to see it anytime they want to, and also they want to understand all the different charges to make sure that they feel comfortable that whatever they've been charged is the other accurate information. So with the new bill, with the self-merchant, and with the planned launch of the new website, which will be able to provide a electronic presentment of the bill to the customer. In addition to that, we're able to drill down even more detail all the different categories of charges so that people can access those information 24 hours, 7 days. And with those things in place, if we launch a campaign, for example, if customer sign up for those services at the start of new service, if we reduce the deposits amount that's required for new customers, if we reduce the setup fees at the beginning for the customers, I think that will greatly help the participation level for all those type of self-service options.
But one of the things you find is that when bills are highly, I mean, the most cost-effective method for us is if people do an ACH, automatic ACH payment, where basically we send them a notice saying this is how much is going to be deducted on this date. They have a certain window of opportunity to cancel that if they want, or and then it automatically goes over in a bulk file from us to the bank, and it comes out that way. For us, that's the cheapest way to handle it. What you find as you go around the industry is that one of the key things for that, for people to sign up for that, is a fairly high degree of predictability about what their bill is. And when we bill for 60 days, and we span different time periods, and we often span summer to winter rates, and the complexity of our bills right now, and you see some very big variations, people are reluctant to sign up for that. They may pay by credit card, which is helpful, but it's not as beneficial to the department as if we get them on ACH. That's one of the drivers of monthly billing. The same element there about predictability goes a long way to also helping customers, and the fact that the bill that they're actually paying is half as much. It may, it's the same amount of money over the 2 months, but it sometimes feels better if it's in smaller bites. Those same things affect how customers just relate to us overall, and I think that's really one of the major benefits of getting to monthly billing. But it definitely is a key factor in getting people to sign up for automatic payment. They need to understand what their bill is. They need to have some confidence that it's reasonably predictable. And they have to have an easy method that they're comfortable with, that they'll get the right notice, that they have the opportunities, they understand the program, et cetera. And those are all pieces of this.
May I jump in for a second? So I just want to be perfectly clear that we're doing this transfer to a monthly billing process during the go live.
That's correct.
Right. All right. So I think you're getting some feedback from your commissioners, if I may be so bold as to say this, that we really want some true incentives that would be encouraging people to move towards automatic payment for monthly billing when we do have the CIS, the new CIS up and running. And it strikes me that we could offer an incentive because we'd be saving a lot of money if people have these transactions done electronically rather than by having to print it up, mail it out, people taking a check, processing the check. I think right now we're in line for a great deal of savings if we do it right. So I think you're hearing from us that we want you to do it right.
And as part of the plan, we will make sure to write out a detailed plan on how to launch those incentives.
And we'd have to be back to you with what the incentive schedules are as well.
Thank you. I also support streamlining the process and making it more available on times to be scheduled to the ratepayers. By the same token, I just want to make sure that this is not going to sacrifice live customer service personnel, because I know how frustrated I get when you go through a zillion digits to try and get someone live, and sometimes the automated process does not answer a specific question or concern. So by investing in this program, are we sacrificing any live customer service representatives?
Actually, the answer to your question is no. As a matter of fact, we are increasing the customer experience with us, with the live agent, because they will have more information on their console. They will have more dashboards to tell the customer where they are with their applications, with services, whether or not they are getting the rebate and when they're getting it. So those type of information will be more readily available to the agent. So I think the experience will significantly be increased in terms of satisfaction level.
Great.
I do think we want to drive our customers toward alternative forms of payment. I mean, just the way ATMs, I mean, people used to simply go into a bank, right? And who goes into a bank now, right? It's because you don't, it's more efficient for you actually to use the alternative form. You want to create those kind of incentives and drive people toward them. So.
I do want to raise one other additional point that was touched on, but I'd like to reinforce it. It's another benefit of having monthly billing through this, which we just simply cannot do with our system, physically impossible to do with our system right now, is we are on the water side in particular, we are a 100% volumetric rate plan. And definitely for both water and for power, if we get better, timely, more frequent touch points with our customers on giving them feedback on how much have they used, water or power, how has that affected their bill, and we give them better and better information, which we are doing with regard to their usage and their past usage, and they start getting that monthly and get that feedback each time that they have to, whether it's an online payment, whether it's a credit card payment, or whether they're writing a check or coming in and paying in cash, irrespective of how they pay, touching them more often with that information when they're making that financial decision associated with that, I think will help reinforce better customer efficiency on both the water and the power side as well.
So, John, I don't know if you know this question, but what is our bill to the U.S. Postal Service every other month? To send out our notices, what do we pay them?
We currently pay around 34 cents per piece of mail.
Yeah, but I'm not looking for the specific price. The aggregate price, please.
Currently, there's about close to 10 million transactions each year, a little over 10 million. So the mailing cost alone is in the millions.
3.4 million sounds like it to me. Yeah.
One of the things we did as part of the printer project and the color bill, we automated, and you'll see this reference to IPPD on that chart, the process of tracking a bill from the time it enters the print stream until it ends up in an envelope, in a bin, with a known address and knowing the zip code, so it's in the right bin going to the post office. And that does two things for us. First, if a bill mangles someplace along the way, we know exactly which one it was to get it reprinted and out. But more importantly, it allows us to produce be certified for an electronic manifest to the post office, which we went through extensive testing and inspections to get. By doing the electronic manifest, we get a significant discount in our postage rates, and we're figuring that discount is averaging about $7,000 a day when we print bills. So we've taken a number of steps already to do that, but clearly if we can drive down the number of pieces of mail, we're better off.
Is there anything else that we should hear in the presentation?
Just one comment. For the remittance process alone, we have decreased 10% in terms of volume compared to 2 years ago. So the trend is going down for people sending less checking, and they're using alternative payment.
Other questions or comments from commissioners?
Just to clarify, it doesn't mean that people aren't sending in their bills. People are sending their bills.
They are sending the bill, yes.
And one question. I realize that this is an amendment. I just want to make sure that you did your research to make sure that the additional funds that are being requested are competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What kind of exercise did you do to ensure that what they're proposing is market price?
There are two pieces. I mean, there's one piece we are kind of captive on, right? Because we have these large color printers, and there's an upgrade kit for the them to upgrade their capacity. So a chunk of the money in that contract is for the upgrade to that, and that is a sole. There's nobody else who can provide it. Okay, so to be perfectly honest, there's some places when we bid those printers initially, we had a very competitive process to bring that whole project in for those new printers. But frankly, once they're here, you are somewhat captive to the manufacturer and their
The switching
costs.
costs would be so high. Right?
Yeah, the switching costs would be millions of dollars. I mean, I think each printer runs about $2 to $2.5 million. So
This goes to Commissioner Noonan point that initial decision really is the important one.
is where the big competitive piece comes. I think we've done enough conversation with other people around to feel like nobody's trying to gouge us now on that is the rate for the contractor who specializes in some of the printing software is the same rate that was in the competitive contract. And we've reviewed their estimates of hours, and they seem reasonable based on what we understand the work they have to do is. But they didn't come back and say, oh, well, the work that was $200 an hour is now $250 an hour. It's still the same rates that they established when they had to do a competitive bid.
I just want to make sure that we're doing our fiduciary responsibility to the ratepayers and auditing those kind of statements.
Are you going to be presenting item 30 also? You guys?
Yes.
Okay, let's take them together. We'll deal with the group.
This is point 30, right? It's info.
Right. Okay. So 30 is the amendment with RICO Production Print Solutions, which formerly was InfoPrint Solutions. So when we did the competitive bid, it was InfoPrint. RICO is now acquired InfoPrint. And this one we presented not at the special meeting, but at the regular meeting 2 weeks ago. And the main request was, show us how this fits into the whole CIS piece. It includes some specific items in terms of the ability, an option for us to issue a task to upgrade those printers for performance. We aren't going to trigger that until we've done some additional performance testing to make sure we really need that higher speed capacity to meet our batch windows, which will be a little farther along. It includes some adjustment work to the tracking software, because to go to monthly billing, we have to add, as was listed on John's list below, some additional inserters for mail volume. And so we have to make sure that if prints are routed to that inserter, they're tracked there as well. And then for the software that actually composes the bill, the input file is going to be different because it's coming out of a different system, so they have to adjust the input file, adjust that file, and that's very specialized work that's actually subcontracted to a special group in HP who did the original design pieces. So those are the main elements of this amendment and an extension of that contract amount.
Questions or comments from the commissioners? Are there motions to approve items 29 and 30?
So moved.
Second.
Any objections? Items 29 and 30 are approved. Thank you.
Thank
It
you.
really does appear we're making progress. We're really looking forward to it going live and being able to offer this to our customers.
We are very much
Probably not as much
going
as you are,
forward to it going live.
But thank you very much, the board, for your support on this project.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Why don't we take items 31, 32, and 33 as a group?
I do have speaker cards on some
On
of these.
33, right?
I'm 31 and 33 now.
Okay, why don't we have the speaker, same speaker?
No, different
Okay,
speakers.
Why don't we have the speaker on item 31?
Okay, the speaker for item 31 is Ralph Prather.
Hi, I'm Ralph Prather. I'm a security officer for Water and Power for the last 24 years, and I was a shop steward for 7 years of that, Local 347. And I know you have to vote on this issue, and what it is it deals with my former director, Gonzalo Curtin, and this deals with credibility issues in part of this. And I want to bring up the issue dating back to the year 1997 when I was out on disability for 6 months. In May, June, and July of that year, I received no compensation. Mr. Curtin refused to file the paperwork, so my wife, at the end of July of that year, 1997, had to come down and argue with him to process my paperwork. So when she came down, finally he agreed to take care of that matter, and I received 3 checks for $5,000. And so I think you feel that's a little bit of harassment there. Hostile work, it creates a hostile working environment. And let's see, the next issue I want to bring up, these are issues regarding him directly. Incidents that occurred at work. One of them occurred approximately 2007 out at the graveyard shift out in the valley. One of our officers was illegally detained by a senior security officer, Lieutenant Rudford, and the officer that was detained was Officer Valentine, and he refused to come back to work the very next day, and for the rest of his career, he filed a workers' comp claim, received approximately $35,000, and the Captain Frias, who was the captain and the director, put it under the rug, the whole matter, concealed it. And see, water power security officers don't have powers of arrest, so he couldn't make an actual arrest of the officer. And everybody knows that. That's common knowledge. And the next issue involved a case of attempted arson, where in 2007 again, approximately, allegedly again, we had an officer in one of the yards who was doing donuts or figure eight with his water power vehicle, and a house caught fire, a residential house caught fire next door to the facility. So the Sergeant Frias, who was driving the vehicle, so what happened was the security log, apparently the officer on duty, Jeffrey Flint, was ordered to change the security log so Water Park couldn't be liable for it. And, it goes on and on. The director knew about it. They covered it up again. Same thing. Again in 2007 again. Another issue where one of our officers, Shirley Mixon.
Could you speak into the mic? We're having a little trouble hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So anyway, Shirley Mixon was trying to get her overtime approved through the chain of command. She went to her Lieutenant Rudford and to Captain Frias. They wouldn't approve her overtime that she worked. And so what happened was she had to file a grievance just to get her overtime approved. So this is really a highly, a form of harassment. And so now I'm stating a separate case. In this case, we had an officer, Thomas, I think allegedly it was, on Graveyard out in the valley again from 11 to 7. He was apparently ill, and he didn't want to go home, so he tried to stick out the shift, and Captain Frias and Lieutenant Rudder came by and did a post check, and they tried to write him up for sleeping, and a passerby called the 911 and got an ambulance over there fast. And about a year later after this incident, he was moved to, a year later, that same Officer Thomas was written up on insubordination charges and several other charges, and he sandwiched it together and gave him 30-day suspension. And I believe that Mr. Curran does not know, or has never known, about the progressive disciplinary policies in our JFB administrative manual. And the last and final thing I just want to say is that at Water and Power, having worked there a long time, I think it's kind of sad that we had one director leave us. Now we have 3 more new directors after 2 years, and one of them making $250,000, another one making $7,000 to $8,000 a month, and a third one, Mr. Saiz, I think it is, who's the best of the bunch. I really appreciate having him, and I think if we're going to cut budgets, we should cut 2 of our directors, because I don't think we need 3 directors to take care of us, although you know, we've grown larger in size at 215 officers, and that's all I got to say at this time.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we hear from the speaker on item 33?
Well,
we had a speaker on item 33.
did you want to take them one at a time and vote on them one at a time?
No, take them together.
Okay.
Yeah.
The speaker on item 33 is Renee Luke.
Good afternoon. I'm with Employment Advocacy Services, and I'm here representing MEA on this grievance. And I just want to say that the bottom line for this grievance is that the department did the wrong thing when it had Rose Garcia of NUA 4, represented by the Association of Confidential Employees, doing the duties of a Human Resources Director in Labor Relations. That position, excuse me, represented by MEA. It did the wrong thing when MEA complained that the department was giving away bargaining unit work and to ACE, and instead of working in good faith with MEA, as the department always espouses it does. Instead, it brazenly and maliciously filled the position improperly against city classification system with an ESM, Mr. Tyrone Jeffries. It did the wrong thing when the high-level department representative and an assistant general manager assured MEA that the position would be filled properly, and then cavalierly reneged on that assurance by sending an email saying, "I misspoke." It did the wrong thing when it failed to hear the grievance in accordance with the MOU provisions. Through every level, it didn't hear it on time. It did the wrong thing when it didn't hear it. When the board didn't hear the board level grievance within the 30 days that's required by the MOU, and the only reason why you're hearing it today is because MEA filed an unfair employee relations practice with the ERB to get its grievances heard in a timely manner. It did the wrong thing when it denied the grievance on ludicrous grounds created solely by the department's own negligence and malfeasance, such as timeliness and other issues. This grievance has been stalled so long that it's self-corrected, and now the proper person has been hired, and MEA has no problem with that. And it continues to do the wrong thing because this grievance was heard at the board with another grievance on the same subject matter filed by another association claiming the same set of facts. But somehow it got separated, and that grievance was heard months before this in front of you, and now this one comes up. So it draws less attention to the fact that our grievance is accurate and true. There is something very, very wrong and misguided with the process that results in a bargaining unit asking the department to follow clear, non-contested rules and regulations, and the only answer they get is no. It's no even when the problem has self-corrected to everybody's satisfaction. When is the department going to finally do the right thing, follow city rules and provisions of the MOU? The last time I checked, the Department of Water and Power is a city department, although some show that they don't think that's the case. MEA is a management organization. They don't want to be here filing grievance. But when the rules, the MOU, and the association is not respected, they have no choice but to assert their rights wherever and whenever it can. The denial of this grievance is purely a matter of what you perceive as put forth, I'm sure, by the city attorney as risk management. The denial of this grievance has nothing to do with good faith grievance settling. There is absolutely no risk in granting this grievance, and it should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's presenting the matter on behalf of the department?
I'm sorry.
Who's presenting, or is there someone?
I don't know. I can't see if Ms.
Just in case we have questions. I know you're on the committee. We're on the committee.
Yes, both Ms. Noonan and I are on the committee.
Anything you want to add to this, Commissioner Parfrey or Commissioner T? Either one of the three items.
No, on item 33, I just feel it's important to note that out-of-class work is actually not within our jurisdiction to decide. Instead, that needs to go before the Board of Civil Service Commissioners. And second, as Ms. Luke, who I find very persuasive, she alluded to the fact that the problem actually had been solved and that there had been a remedy in Ms. Garcia being put in that position at that level. So it's my recommendation that we approve the grievance that came from, approve the recommendation from the Personnel Relations Committee regarding this grievance.
Does that apply to items 31, 32, and 33?
On items 31 and 32, that predates, I'm afraid to say, the establishment of the current Personnel Relations Committee. So we did not decide upon that, but we read the letters, and for me, I'm satisfied with the report as Commissioner, the previous Commissioner had noted.
Any other questions on 31, 32, or 33?
Could I just make one small comment?
Sure.
MEA is cognizant of the fact that out-of-class grievances is a purview of the Civil Service Commission. But this is the reason we filed the grievance. We just asked them to fill the position appropriately. And instead of filling it appropriately, they put an ESM in the labor relations position. ESMs know nothing of labor relations. To me, that's what we grieve. That's the in your face. We're not only not going to follow it, but we're going to put somebody that's totally in left field over this job. And all we're asking, and what we continue to ask, is to fill the position properly. I don't understand why that's a no. I don't understand why that can't be granted. It's already been successfully filled. We're not contending against Ms. Garcia's appointment. But if this is a systematic behavior of the department to fill positions inappropriately and against the civil service classification system, it seems to me that that should be brought to the attention of management, and you do that by filing a grievance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve items 31, 32, and 33?
There is.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none, items pass. We have board information letters, both the joint and the FSO. Any questions or comments from the commissioners?
Not at this time.
Good.
Either.
No. Those are deemed filed. The manager report. Any questions on that? Deemed filed. I think we're ready for our admonition on closed session.
Before I step down, the board shall publicly report any action taken in closed session and the vote or abstention of every member present thereon in accordance with section 54-957.1 of the California Government Code.
Thank you.
Why don't we do closed session here? Take about a 5-minute break.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thanks.